Can you hear me now? Okay.
advisory vote?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Liaison to the county committee. Do I have any nominations for the liaison to the county committee?
What is the county committee?
Yeah.
That's the one that meets, they have an election in the fall, and then sometimes they have an educational meeting in the spring.
Okay, and who is currently the representative?
That was trustee Perez, correct?
Yes. I believe so, yeah.
Let's see.
Interesting with only 3 people here.
Does Chair Yant, do you think he would be interested?
I think he was more interested in the bond. Or no, wait, no. I don't know. Do you think he'd do that one as chair? Yeah.
Okay, then I'd like to nominate Chair Yant for the county committee.
Okay, trustee Yant has been nominated for the county committee. Are there any other nominations? We have a motion for trustee Yant for the county committee. Is there a second?
Second.
On any discussion? Student trustee Garcia, your advisory vote?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And the motion carried unanimously. Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Do I have any nominations for the liaison of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee?
Madam Chair, already wanted it? Okay.
Do you want to nominate me?
Yeah, I nominate Aurora Wilson for,
Okay. Aurora Wilson has been nominated for the Bond Oversight Committee. Do I have a motion for the nomination for the liaison to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee as presented? Oh, that was the motion. I'm sorry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Student trustee Garcia, your advisory vote?
Aye.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carried unanimously. Board of Trustees for the Desert Finance Corporation for the New Market Tax Credit. Do I have a nomination for the Board of Trustees for the Desert Financing Corporation for the New Market Tax Credit?
I'd like to nominate trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Okay, is there any other nominations? Seeing none, do I have a second?
second.
Okay, any discussion? Trustee Sanchez Fulton has been nominated for the Bond Oversight Committee. Any discussion? Seeing none, student trustee Garcia, your advisory vote?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Agenda, board meeting agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agenda subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for December 19th, 2019? The agenda stands confirmed as presented. Minutes, approval of the regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of November 13th, 2019? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved. Comments from the public. Persons who wish to speak to the board on any item not already on the agenda may do so at this time. There is a time limit of 3 minutes per person and 15 minutes per topic, unless further time is granted by the board. Your comments will be timed, and you will be asked to stop speaking when the timer sounds. This time limit will be doubled for members of the public utilizing a translator to ensure the non-English speaker receives the same opportunity to directly address the board unless simultaneous translation equipment is used. Please understand the board welcomes your comments but are not able to respond. And I believe Mr. Wally Melendez is here and would like to address the board. And Wally, there's something from the North Pole in that mailbox for you. Okay? Just so that you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll take Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, college administrators, employees, contractors, and we, the people. Concerning the bachelor's degree to be offered, should be offered by College of the Desert. Soon, I hope. And let me mention, welcome back to your home base. You had a meeting in Palm Desert and another in Indio. Indio's that way, Palm Desert's that way. And speaking of that, and concerning branches that other colleges and universities set up in the Coachella Valley, which originally was called the Cahuilla Valley, College of the Desert should have those branches instead of those other colleges. And our home base here, College of the Desert, where it was founded in Palm Desert, should be the home base offering a bachelor's degree and the branches offering a 2-year degree, right? How's that for an idea? And so where's my, there's my timer up there. I got 1 minute. So that's my main idea, and it's something that we should think about seriously, and the people that have influence on how to come about that 4-year bachelor's degree for the home base should be doing their job. Otherwise, we're going to have to do some impeaching and convicting ourselves. If that sounds like scolding, trust me, it hurts me more than it does you. Thank you.
Be sure and take your card there, please, Wally. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else here to speak, we'll now, the board will now recess to close session. The board will reconvene to open session at 10:45. Thank you. Last minutes. Not much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the board has requested an additional 15 minutes. The board meeting will resume at 11 a.m. Thank you.
The board will now reconvene to open session. There is no reportable action taken in closed session. Excuse me. At this time, we'll have the introduction of new employees. Dr. Kinnaman, could you please
Certainly.
conduct that part of the business?
I'd like to introduce our Executive Director, John White, to introduce his new employee. John.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So thank you for this opportunity. We're delighted that Mark Howard is joining us in the bond program and facilities planning. He is from Northern California, moved to the desert in 2018. He spent some time working for us in the library and the copy center. When he was in the Bay Area, Mark worked for an architectural firm as their senior administrator, reporting to the president. He worked for the Academy of Art University in San Francisco as their office manager for business operations that included facilities. And he finally worked at the Mathematical Sciences Research Institute at the University of California, Berkeley, where his responsibility included administration and facilities. So needless to say, we're very proud to have Mark on board and very lucky, and thank you for this opportunity.
Welcome.
Welcome.
And then at this time, I'd like to ask Vice President Neary to introduce her new employee.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Sarah Butler, interim dean, School of Social Sciences and Arts. Dr. Butler grew up in New York City and attended the City University of New York, Staten Island, where she earned her bachelor's degree in political science and history. She then studied and conducted research at UCLA, where she earned her master's and doctorate in political science and research trends in urbanization and voting behavior. Dr. Butler has taught at the College of Staten Island, UCLA, Cal State Northridge, and Pasadena City College. Dr. Butler joined COD in 2014 and is a tenured faculty member in the Social Sciences Department. Her service to the college includes representing social sciences on a variety of committees and serving as Educational Technologies and Distance Education Committee Chair. She also served on the Educational Master Plan Task Force and co-facilitated the Seeking Educational Equity and Diversity Faculty Work Group. Welcome, Dr. Butler.
And at this time, I'd like to ask Vice President Baker to introduce his new employee.
All right. I'd like to introduce Gabriel Santiago. Is Gabriel here? I will go ahead and read. He is a new EOPS care technician. Gabriel joins the EOPS care team after working for nearly 10 years at Mojave Medical Management and Coachella Medical Management. He earned his bachelor's degree in law at the University of Baja California. He resides in La Quinta with his wife and 2 children and looks forward to earning an associate degree in criminal justice from College of the Desert. So welcome.
And lastly, I'd like to ask Vice President Ramont to introduce his new employees.
All right, it is my pleasure to introduce Tony Carrillo Jr. Tony is our new Director of Fiscal Services. Tony grew up in Colton and attended Cal State San Bernardino, where he earned his bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in accounting. He has over 18 plus years of progressive experience in financial reporting, auditing, budgeting, and general accounting. He spent his last 6 years over at Palm Springs Unified School District and did a lot with their workflow processes and was a supervisor in accounting over there. So I'm very, very happy to have him with us. Next, I have Brian Provenzano. Brian is our new mechanic in the maintenance and operations area, and it's a very much needed position, so I'm really excited about him being here. Brian's from Orange County, and he lives out here in Indio with his family. He's got 3 children, and he comes to us with over 20 years of automotive mechanical experience, including 15 years with Union Pacific on the, as a railroad mechanic, and prior to that, he was with Mitsubishi Motors. And Brian is also a U.S. Army vet.
All
That's
right.
it.
Thank you. I think we do a picture. Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, did any of them want to say anything? No, we'll be nice to them. It's Christmas. Huh? I can sit down?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to all of our new employees. Public updates. President Kinnaman?
Yes, Madam Chair. If there's not any objections from the board, I would like to have the 2 study sessions on today's agenda move forward to be presented as part of the public updates.
Are there any objections to that from the board? No? Seeing none? Let's proceed with that.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask Pam Hunter, our Executive Director of Institutional Advancement, and Caroline Maloney, our Director of Institutional Grants, to come forward and present study session 2501, Institutional Advancement.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy winter break almost. Thank you for the opportunity to update the board about institutional grant activities and outcomes from the 2018-2019 academic year. The work undertaken by the Grants Office is integral to the college's strategic growth, assists in the fulfillment of our student success priorities, and helps shape how we share outcomes and tell our story at the state and national level. Work completed in the Grants Office enables faculty, staff, and leadership to engage in meaningful discussions to evaluate the impact of potential funding opportunities and strategically align requests with college priorities. It also allows us to build collaborative team approaches, solve problems, and create innovations, to implement student-centric, evidence-based practices to achieve desired outcomes in compliance with, and sometimes ahead of, legislative mandates, to better understand the regulatory and operational requirements associated with grant awards, identify potential issues, and implement corrective actions if needed, and finally to articulate the vital work the college is doing and to tell our story. Grants development continues to evolve, utilizing processes that align external funding requests with the achievement of the college's strategic master plan, education master plan, accreditation standards, and state-mandated educational goals, such as the Vision for Success, Guided Pathways, and the Strong Workforce Program. Grant-funded activities affect every facet of the college, from institutional planning and operations to academic programming and student success services. They also are often able to facilitate innovation and evidence-based change. Between July 1st, 2018 and June 30th, 2019, 32 grant and categorical funding requests were submitted, of which 30 projects were awarded. A pretty good ratio there. From a student success and learning perspective, the approximately $10 million in new external funding enhances critical programs and services by supporting faculty and staff costs to mitigate pre-collegiate financial and social barriers, improve college readiness, promote post-secondary access and retention, and accelerate student achievement. From an institutional perspective, these funds enhance planning, the achievement of strategic goals, equity outcomes, the college's ability to provide student support services, purchase supplies and equipment, and promote professional development. The work Caroline Maloney and George Rodriguez, the Fiscal Services Grant Technician, do every day continues to improve our ability to identify, assess, develop, submit, and track grant and categorically funded activities, and enhance the college's fiscal stability. I'd like to provide you with a quick overview of the approximately $10 million in new grant and categorical funding that was received in 2018-19. $3.2 million subsidizes child care and child development services for our students and their families. That same amount, another $3.2 million, a different $3.2 million though, is providing critical counseling and other student support services. $1.6 million is used to advance adult education and basic skills activities to mitigate low education attainment in the Coachella Valley. $525,000 supports the development of a highly skilled labor pool in response to California's healthcare workforce shortage. $500,000 promotes faculty development opportunities. An additional $500,000 seeds special startup projects around education and outreach and community partnerships. $458,000 creates an on-campus training program for faculty and is expanding online career and technical distance education programming in our community. And $250,000 is supporting specialized services for undocumented Coachella Valley students enrolled at the college. Of the $10 million in new funding received, $7.7 million was approved for use in 18-19, while $2.3 million is supporting 2019-20 activities and future work for multi-year projects. I'd like to ask Carolyn Maloney, our Director of Institutional Grants, to share with you more specifically some of the impacts generated by the grant-funded activities.
Thank you, Pam. In 2018-19, College of the Desert received approximately $20 million in local, state, and federal restricted funding, of which half was competitive grants. The grant office guides the development, management, and tracking of competitive grants and project-based categorical allocations requiring proposals, budgets, work plan development, and reporting. Fiscal Services directly manages and tracks all other restricted funding allocations. With the strategic plans as a guiding framework, the Grants Office is aligning resources with the college's strategic goals. I want to share some of the impacts and outcomes of grant activities with you today. Let's start with Goal 1. The Board of Trustees and Dr. Kinnaman prioritize student success and completion as the #1 goal. Annual assessment of grants and categorical projects indicate a stronger focus on achieving this goal by alleviating barriers and generating significant outcomes towards student success. Of the 30 awarded grant projects, approximately three-quarters include activities supporting Goal 1. These activities create institutional success for transfer initiatives, courses and programs, and support services that enhance student persistence and completion in degree and certificate programs. Two examples of grants supporting this goal are the California Student Equity and Achievement and Child Care and Development programs. In 2018-19, the college received $3.65 million from the Student Equity and Achievement Program, formerly known as SSSP. These funds benefit a wide variety of student support, equity, and college-ready activities. Of the total funds received, $3.4 million provided dedicated faculty and staff for counseling services and the EDGE program. An additional $150,000 and $66,000 respectively offset the cost of software to prepare students for collegiate studies and supplies and materials acquisitions. The college also received $3.2 million from the California Department of Education for child care and family services. Of the funding awarded, $2.5 million subsidized low-cost or free child care services for Pell-eligible student parents during 2018-19 and 2019-20, while the remaining $700,000 provided additional developmental testing for the children, parenting classes for our students, and refurbishment of the family garden at the McCarthy Center. Through intense counseling and student support services and campus-based childcare, COD is helping low-income students attend college and complete their educational goals more quickly. A quarter of the 30 grant projects include activities impacting Goal 2, planning and governance. Grants like the previously mentioned Equity and Achievement Project, Child Development Programs, and Pledge Awards are helping COD achieve its enrollment management goals. A new project advancing enrollment management is the distance education collaboration with the California Virtual College. The $400,000 grant provides course leave curriculum systems training for faculty and is currently driving the development of new credit and non-credit career and technical education courses to be offered entirely online through both web and mobile platforms. Supporting the fulfillment of Goal 3, fiscal stability and infrastructure, is at the heart of what grant support services bring to the college. Grants, by their nature, solicit and secure funding from external sources and reduce pressure on the college's financial resources. To put the value of these external funds in perspective, the $7.7 million in new awards allocated for use in 2018-19 provided $8.2 million supporting grant-funded personnel salaries, wages, and fringe costs, $570,000 for acquisition of books, instructional and non-instructional supplies, and food services for student participants, $923,000 for travel, conference participation, software licensing, and professional organization affiliations, and $279,000 supported direct aid to students and indirect costs. Grants are providing additional human and other resources without negatively impacting the college's general fund. Grant projects supporting Goal 4, teamwork and organizational development, create opportunities for external and intradepartmental cross-collaboration. Several new projects awarded in 2018-19 include partnerships that will help the college reimagine education for Coachella Valley students. A new collaboration with the California Catalyst Fund is providing specialized services for the Valley's undocumented students and their families. This partnership promotes educational access by helping navigate the complex legal and financial issues, as well as the situational realities facing these contributing members of our community who simply lack official citizen status. The Catalyst Fund partnership and the $375,000 in financial support it generated provides critical support for the Dreamer Resource Center and exemplifies our commitment to education for all and access to higher education for our predominantly Hispanic Latino student population. Projects supporting Goal 5, economic workforce development and community outreach, provide opportunities to create regional and national partnerships, generate broader impacts, and market College of the Desert programs and services. Since 2017-18, the Grants Department has become an integral part of the college's efforts to articulate the value add of our student-centric, collective decision-making process and telling our story of student success. The office is collecting, compiling, and cataloging evidence-based outcomes from which we can reflect, draw reference, and teach others. In 2018-19 alone, this information supported 9 competitive awards, nominations, and finalist presentations, including the Bellwether Award, Bellwether Legacy Award, California Community College Chancellor's Office Student Success Award, California Academic Senate Exemplary College Program Award, 2 American Association of Community Colleges Leadership Awards, California Community College Chancellor's Office John W. Rice Leadership Award, the Irvine Foundation Leadership Award, and the Excellencia Award. This report provides a glimpse into the work being done to support strategic priorities, help the college community better understand the responsibilities of grant funding, tell the financial story of external grants and categorical funding received, and teach others how to replicate our success. Thank you so much for allowing this time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on this?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Excellent report and excellent work, I have to say. this is the world of grants that we have today, and it seems like everybody's competing. So thank you so much for all the hard work. I was wondering, what is the typical term of the grants? Are they like 1-year type of grants or 2-year? Would you say overall?
So we receive a lot of categorical funds from the state that are traditionally a 1-year cycle, and some require re-up each year with a new work plan or things like that. We also have multi-year projects, some 3 years, some 5 years. So it is a variety, and the grants office tracks those in a cyclical chart that we, so we make the project directors aware that their cycle's coming up and help them prepare.
Do we collaborate with local grant funders, major grant funders here in the desert?
So we do when that opportunity exists. We also work closely with the foundation because there are nonprofit places that we pay a lot of attention to that also help support particularly student scholarships. So typically the partnerships look like that, look like the nonprofit foundations.
Okay, so like the Regional Access Project Foundation, Desert Healthcare District?
Yes, ma'am. And we're constantly monitoring, that's part of what the grants office does, is continuously monitor those, particularly in close proximity, opportunities, so that if we see a funding cycle open and we believe that it fits a priority that the college has identified, we can notify the appropriate staff and see if it makes sense to submit an application.
Okay, how about our fellow educational institutions? Do we partner with them as well?
We do. And it, again, depends on the project. It's not uncommon to partner with the unified school districts, particularly when we were doing a lot of the school to career and school to work activities. We do a lot of the categorical funding projects have outreach and pathway work built in so that we need to coordinate with them. Sometimes we also work with local entities who have their own grants, who are looking for ways to implement a program that involves training. For example, I met with the city of Coachella just this week because they received a half a $1 million grant, and they need to do some training. So we're having those conversations as well. So it is a two-way street.
And that's your PACE, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
In addition to those, we have several ongoing grants with California State University, a very strong partner. It actually enhances what we do for transfer to provide STEM scholarships to our students.
Excellent. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question. First of all, Pam and Caroline, you've done a phenomenal job accessing all these grants. Something that I think, as your representative in the California State Trustee, a lot of times I believe community colleges don't want to work together. However, it would be wonderful if we could start getting bigger grants with other community colleges and 4 years. A lot of the federal grants are coming right now on the queue on that. And I'm wondering, are we doing any of that research to get the bigger grants based on collaboration with a sister community college out here in Southern California and with a four-year university? Are we collaborating with any of our regional? Maybe that's the question.
Yes. Yes, we are.
Okay.
Anyone else? I know we also write grants that go with NASA and some of the other things in STEM, and those are really great grants. And I hope that this continues because I think it's going to be the wave of the future. I think there's going to be less funding from the government and more funding from independent sources that offer grants as well.
I think, Madam Chair, I just want to mention the I think I was alluding to HSI. Since we are a Hispanic serving institution, are we collaborating a lot because of our numbers and the phenomenal things that we are doing here at the College of the Desert?
Yes, we are, and we are looking, we have had several HSI grants, as you know, and those are typically 5-year federal grants, and we are queuing up for the next round and making sure that what we are doing is identifying their objectives and priorities and aligning the work that we're doing And we know it, and it's typically an 18-month process to put together that kind of packet. So yes, we are watching
the
very
one.
carefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one more question. Pam, explain to me, how does the grant process work? So, do all grants have to come through you two? I mean, all potential grant opportunities?
That is the vision. So
Well said.
yes, for the most part, they all do. And that is the way the office was established just a few years ago. And I really want to thank Caroline for all the work that she's done, building good partnerships in not only our college community, but our Coachella Valley community. And I want to also, everybody keeps saying, way to go, you guys do great work. But what we get to do is shepherd and help and lift up people on our campus who have great ideas and need maybe some additional opportunity from a funding perspective to get some of those things started. So it is really a community college of the desert community effort. And we just get to, and really Caroline, just gets to help make it happen.
So how does one get the thumbs up and one get, no, that's not gonna work?
There is an actual process, and folks have to fill out a grant concept form. And Caroline helps them shepherd through that. It has to be any stakeholder on campus that will be impacted has to see it. It goes to executive cabinet.
Gotcha.
It's a pretty involved process.
Wow, and the final decision is made by
Yeah. Who's
the young man who's sitting over here?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Secretary of the board? The young, I was like,
Thank you. I just wanted a little bit more
Sure.
understanding of how the process works. Thank you.
All right, Pam, Caroline, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to ask Dr.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me one moment. Excuse me, Pam and Caroline. If you could select a snowflake out of the box, when I give my report, it may become clear what the snowflakes are for. But if you could each collect one, please.
Thank you, Dr. Steffen, very much.
Thank you.
I'd like
And
to.
that was an excellent report.
Sorry.
Now you can go.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Daniel Martinez, our Director of Institutional Research, to come forward and present study session 2502, Chancellor's Vision for Success in State Initiatives.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information.
Good morning.
Appreciate being here. Thank you. The Vision for Success was established in 2017 by the State Chancellor's Office. It asks that the college establish goals and reach those goals within 5 years. Each college is to set goals in 4 areas: degrees and certificates, transfer, units for an AA or AS degree, and workforce goals. In the presentation, I'm going to show you information that shows the Vision for Success goals. The Chancellor's Office, because it's a 5-year goal, they ask us to improve in equal steps for the 5 years. We used our COD MIS data where possible, and I'll explain when we get to the measures, those places where it was not possible. I'm also presenting 2 measures that I think are improvements to the measures that we were assigned from the State Chancellor's Office. I also used some projections to see where we will be when these goals ultimately need to be reported. The first goal is completion. And the State Chancellor's Office asks us to increase degrees and certificates by 20%. This goal has 3 subparts. Goal 1A is to increase all students who earned an associate degree, including the associate degree for transfer or ADT. Goal 1B is to increase all students who earned a Chancellor's Office approved certificate, which is those certificates that are 12 units or more. And goal 1C is to increase all students who attained the vision goal, which includes all of the degrees and certificates that are included in goal 1A and 1B. The baseline year for these goals is 16-17. So here is what the Chancellor's Office reported for us through 17-18. The baseline is 885. This is for students who earn an associate's degree. That's our baseline. That's where we started. They want us to increase that to 1,062 in the 21-22 school year. Here's where we are with our data. The most current information that we have is for 18-19. You see that in the gold box. We granted 1,020 associate degrees in 18-19. And we're projecting that by 21-22, we'll be at almost 1,300 AA degrees. Students who earned AA degrees in that year. Here's information regarding certificates from the Chancellor's Office. The baseline here is 136, and the goal is 163. Here's where we are with our information. In 18-19, 201 students received a certificate, and by 21-22, project that that number will be closer to 250. Here's the vision goal, which combines the AA degrees and the certificates together. Again, the baseline here is 16-17. It's 948, with a goal in 21-22 of being 1,138. Combined, this year, we're at 1,178, and we think that number is going to increase to 1,500 in 21-22. Goal 2 is transfer. And our goal is to increase the transfers to the UC and CSU system by 35%. This also has two goals. Goal 2A is to increase all students who earned an associate degree for transfer, exclusive of just that one particular degree. And the baseline year for that goal is 16-17, like the other ones. Goal 2B is to increase students who transfer to the CSU or UC. Because that information takes a little bit of time to report, the baseline year for that is 15-16. So goal 2A, increase students who earn an ADT, associate degree for transfer. In 16-17, our goal was our baseline was established at 473, with a goal in 21-22 of being 639.
And Daniel, this is the Chancellor's goal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Our data for 18-19, we showed 640 students who earned an ADT, and we projected that number is going to go into 921 by 21-22. The increase in ADTs has been significant over the last few years, as you can see. This is for transfer. These are for, and this data is data that we look at the Cal State and UC website to see how many of our students transfer. And again, because there's a little bit of a lag, the baseline year is 15-16 in this example. So our baseline transfer at 15-16 is 425, with a goal in 2021, remember it's a year back, of 574. In 17-18, transfers to the CSU and UC were 567. And we projected that number will climb to almost 700 by the 2021 year. I believe for the first time, we had over 100 students transferred to the UC in 17-18, which was pretty great news.
And do you have those numbers broken down further by locally, UC or CSU locally?
I can get them.
I was just curious if you had a more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you do.
I can get that and provide them to the
That would be
President's office. Happy. Sorry?
That'd be very interesting
Okay.
to look at.
Happy to do that.
Students are-
Okay, goal 3. It's to decrease the average number of units for earning a degree by 9%. And the baseline here is 16-17. This is one of those measures that, in my opinion, I improved, because I firmly believe that the Chancellor's Office did not account for students who earned more than one degree in the same year. Because a student who earns more than one degree doesn't earn 120 units. They just add to their general units, usually 20 or 30 units, something like that. So what we did here was to look at students who only earned one degree in an academic year. For the last, since 1992, when we first started reporting this information, 85% of our students have earned only one AA degree in an academic year. Only one person. So I just used that pool of students to compute these numbers. And you'll see why that makes a difference.
Okay.
Here's the number from the State Chancellor's Office, the baseline for 16-17 being 86, and the goal, if we drop that by 9% by 21-22, is to go down to 78 units, average units for the degree. By using what I think is an improved methodology, our numbers are far below those numbers, and that's why I think the State Chancellor's Office did not account for those people who earned multiple degrees. In 18-19,
It's because we have geniuses here that can do that.
and those geniuses hire people like me, so they can. In 18-19, the average number of units for students who earned, again, just one AA degree was 75, and you can see that that number has been dropping, and it's a very important and significant number. We project that that number is going to continue to drop, and we think it'll be down to 72 or perhaps even lower by 21-22. Now, workforce. The goal has been a little bit confusing because the goal, as stated in the Vision for Success, is to increase the percent of students employed in the field of study by 7%, increase that. But they give us a couple of other goals, including increase the median annual earnings of all students and increase all students who attain the living wage. The baseline year for those two measures is 2015-16. Those particular figures are numbers that are just provided to the colleges. We don't have access to them. They just say, here's what they are, and so I'm reporting what they've reported for us. There's no way for us, well, actually I'm working on a way that we can compute it ourselves, but at this point, there's no way for us to compute those numbers, nothing to compare it to as yet. Goal 4C is the actual goal mentioned in the title. Increase all students with a job closely related to their field of study, baseline year being 2014-15. That particular measure comes from a study called the Career and Technical Education Outcome Survey, CTEOS, which is sent to students who earn a degree or certificate that is coded as vocational, and those students who earned 9 or more units in a vocational area in a given year, even though they may not have completed. And that survey is sent out. So I'll talk about that in a slide or two. So again, median annual earnings, data that is provided to each of the colleges is here presented in this slide.
Okay.
So, and this is for all students, not just completers. So the students were with us for one year, and they weren't with us for another year. They didn't transfer, and they're all lumped together in these particular measures.
Does this take into account the non-credit department as well, or just what we consider FTEs?
And everybody who
part-time.
enrolled with us 1 year and then did not. So it includes those students in non-credit.
In non-credit as well. What about our phenomenal PACE program that will not include? I see
I don't
Pam.
think so. Yeah.
Okay, thank
I
you.
don't think so. Yeah. Because the data, the source of the data does come from our MIS, and so I don't believe that PACE is included with that. The other measure that they provide to us is to increase the percentage of students with a living wage. Again, every student who was with us 1 year, who were then not with us the following year, who did not transfer. The living wage in Riverside County, as established through their particular measure, is for a single person without a family.
Okay.
So, and that wage is approximately $12 an hour, which is about $25,000 a year. Again, these numbers include people who complete a degree and certificate and people who don't. And so I think the numbers could be higher, personally. This last goal comes from the CTE outcome survey, as I mentioned. There's a question on the survey that asks the students where you work, how closely is it related to what you studied? And the student has three options. It's very close, it's kind of close, it's not close. So the very close and kind of close are included as a yes, and then not close is included as a no. I find this particular measure, I think this measure needs more exploration. The survey is sent to about 1,000 students, has been sent to about 1,000 students for the last 4 years, because those are the students that fit that criteria, so it's only 1,000 students.
Okay.
The response rate for the survey has been about 30%, although unfortunately the most recent survey, the response rate dropped to 23%. So just a couple of hundred students are providing this information. What's more, as I've mentioned with the other measures, excuse me, is that they combine those students who completed a degree and certificate and those students who just completed some units that did not complete a degree or certificate. In a study I did last year, I found that students who completed a degree or certificate were much more likely to be employed in their field of study than students who didn't. A finding that I think is expected because completing a program is a different way. It's a qualitatively different process than taking 9 units.
So completer means
A
more so
degree.
skills builder,
Training.
training.
Completer is a student who earned a degree or certificate. In a
Okay.
particular area, skills builder is a student who did the 9 units or more without completing a degree or certificate.
Or a certificate.
Or did not complete, no completion at all for them.
Okay.
So they took some units in the area, and so we can see that students who complete a degree or certificate are much more likely to be employed in the area in which they studied.
Quick question, was this just your data? This doesn't go to the chancellor doesn't see this?
The chancellor doesn't divide it this
He
way.
doesn't divide this
Yeah.
way. Is there any way that we could make them aware of this so that maybe they would take that into account in future surveys? Because obviously theirs is kind of a little skewed, I would say.
I started to report it this way in the summer of 18, and in several other presentations that I've made. I heard, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I heard at the last statewide advisory committee of the CT outcome survey that they were discussing separating the two out.
Okay, because that would be much more meaningful.
I think so, yeah. I do want to point out though, and I'm not sure why, it could be because of the small return rate that we got this year. In the most recent year, 17-18, the difference between the completers and the skills builders was not significant.
Yeah.
In the previous years, there was, but in most current year, it's not. But I also want us to realize that the number of respondents is a really small number.
It's very small.
It's a very small number.
It's almost
So.
insignificant.
So the summary here is that COD has exceeded the Chancellor's Office mandated goal for certificates, the vision goals, the associate degrees for transfer, and the units completed for degree. We expect that COD will exceed the Chancellor's Office goal next year for the AAAS degree. And then for this UC-CSU, again, it's 1 year back because of the lag in data, but we expect that we will exceed that goal already for in the next year. Any questions or comments?
Anyone else have any questions?
Very good
Good
work.
report, yeah.
Very, very good.
All right, thank you very much.
Excellent. And if you would also take a snowflake, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez.
Just-
That concludes my.
Oh, that's it for now? Okay. Okay, that concludes the public updates. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll hear reports from our internal college community, community college community. Associated Students of College of the Desert. Ascot, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning still. Chair, board, Dr. Kinnaman, Executive Cabinet. Hope you had a good month so far. To start, on November 18th, Ascot hosted a club rush at the Indio East Valley campus. We're hoping to make it a regular event and host one in both fall and spring semester in Indio. We're currently planning for a spring semester club rush events. So the one in Palm Desert is going to be February 4th and 5th, but we haven't decided on a date for the Indio Club Rush yet. And the weekend of November 21st to the November 25th, myself, Carlos, and 5 other ASCOD members attended the National Conference on Student Leadership in Orlando, Florida. I wanted to say thank you for approving it. It was because of you guys that we went, because you approved the trip. Everyone that attended thought it was a really great conference, and we also got the opportunity to experience Disney World, which most of us had never gone, so it was pretty cool. So thank you. Over winter session, we will be having a training and team building activity for ASCOD to get a refresher on parliamentary procedure and the Brown Act, but to also allow our new members to learn more about our jobs in student government and to bond as a board. We have also been working on planning more events to host in order to increase student involvement on campus. So far, we've planned to have a movie night. I think it's gonna be in February or March, so we'll be having one on campus for students. And then hopefully we'll get more events moving forward. And that's it for my report, so thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you very much, and happy holidays. Could you also take a snowflake, please?
I have a question for you. Yes. Let's say could you kind of refresh the public right here? Because we have so many students that want to get involved in student government. How do they do that? Let's say they want to join a club. Do they go online? Do they just have to contact you in person? Or can you kind of, I have so many students, sometimes they ask me, and I said, so what would you suggest someone that really wants to get involved here on campus? Do they contact you? And they want to join a club? What's the process?
So through the Office of Student Life, I believe that we have a brochure thing, right? Of all the clubs. And then I think we have contact information for like the presidents of the clubs and the interclub council reps. So then through the office, then they could get a hold of them through there.
Are you at your are you guys all still having office hours at the Student Life that they can come by? A lot of the students, do you have that available? Let's say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll hear from the auxiliary, College of the Desert Foundation, Dr. Chris Anderson. Didn't make it?
I'm Chris today.
You're Chris?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you turn
Chris.
my mic? Thank you. Do you have the packets available, or are they in? Okay. We're passing out packets for stepping out for COD. Last week, the foundation sent out 382 sponsorship packets, and they wrote 161 personalized notes. And in addition to the hand-mailed sponsored packets, they sent out an additional 1,840 additional packets through a mail service. So that was a total of about 2,222 pieces that went out to promote stepping out for COD. And in addition to that, the Academic Angels Committee, they sent out 350 outreach campaign letters requesting past academic angels and newly interested angels to join us. And that concludes the foundation report.
Thank you. And at this time, our other auxiliary alumni, Pamela Hunter.
Me again. So I'm going to mix, it's going to be a mix of information, some Alumni Association Street Fair and some alumni engagement. The current merchant numbers for the past 3 years, I just wanted to share briefly, have stayed fairly steady. In 17-18, it was 191 merchants. In 18-19, 206. and in 1920, 197. So it's right around 200. The fact that it's a little lower this current year, though, is not necessarily reflective of the activity at the street fair, because although there are some fewer vendors, some of them have taken additional booth spaces. So in terms of the amount of space, it is actually increased. And more importantly, in terms of revenue, it has been a steady increase from just under $260,000 in 1718 to almost $275,000 in 1920. The street fair has received the TripAdvisor Certification of Excellence for the past 3 years. So there's some additional advertising as tourists visit our community that the street fair is one of the attractions for them to see. The Alumni Association participated in the planning of, funding for, and implementation of homecoming in October. This included a special recognition of returning football players who were on the 1979 championship team. Some of you got to come and enjoy that activity. The Alumni Association plays a key role in commencement, including Grad Fest and the reception for our graduates and their families, which, as you all know, this year was a big, big event. The association continues to support the College of the Desert faculty and staff. In the last 30 days or so, they had both the annual pie and donut socials. The alumni has now contributed over $13 million in total support of our college and our students. The Alumni Board recently issued an RFP for professional services to evaluate the street fair operations. The responses we received were unfortunately financially prohibitive. However, we have been able to contract for an audit of the marketing and communications being done by this street fair, and this will include a return on investment of the marketing dollars, evaluation of the market audience to determine if we are providing the right message to the right audience, and a brand review. In terms of alumni engagement, we continue to find ways to engage our alumni, homecoming, commencement, social media. We're working collaboratively with our college IT to build the database of recent graduates. We are researching ways to clean the database of less recent graduates. That's people like me who were a long time ago. So less recent graduate, not older. We are working with some of our doctoral students who are gathering stories of our current students who will be our alumni to add to our almost 300 stories on our Step Up for COD website. And we're continuing to gather historical stories of our students and faculty and share them with our local media, as well as populate our Step Up for COD website. Recently, that included the story about Dr. John Norman, music faculty, and some of his students, our 1979 Roadrunner football champions, and our 2 New York City firefighters who lost their lives on 9/11, as well as many others, and that's an ongoing project. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the California School Employees Association, CSEA. No one's here. It's taking early vacation. Next, College of the Desert Adjunct Association.
Good morning, everybody. We understand that Family Night was a huge success, and we extend our congratulations to everyone who was involved in the planning and the execution of that important event. We also celebrate the success of College of the Desert's growth and positive financial situation, especially while other districts in California are in decline. And congratulations to everyone involved and who has helped to make this possible. Also, kudos to the Guided Pathway leaders and work groups who are making significant progress on programs to help our students succeed. As the largest teaching staff at the college, we appreciate adjuncts being included in this process this year. Last month, Dr. Neary presented Adjunct Professor Robert Holmes with the first annual Adjunct of the Year Award. Professor Holmes is the mastermind behind the student-run kiosk on the Palm Desert campus and has taught just about every business course in the COD catalog. He brings with him an amazing background in the automotive industry. At one time, he was Lee Iacocca's right-hand man. The stories he could share, and I must tell you, he's shared some of those stories with me, and he really has a fascinating background. Last week, I had the pleasure of awarding the Judith Mandel Award to Alma Gloria in the payroll department. This award is presented to a member of the COD community who has been especially supportive of adjuncts. While every member of the payroll department is very helpful, Alma goes above and beyond by answering adjuncts' questions and resolving payroll issues with grace and patience. And she is very helpful and supportive of the many issues that arise from payroll deductions for union dues. Alma also attends our flex sessions to proactively provide information and answers questions about pay procedures and pay stub interpretation. For those of you who are relatively new to the district, this award is named for Judith Mandel, who is CODA's founder and first president. On your agenda today are several collective bargaining agreement articles for Sunshining. Please be aware that these articles are for the current academic year, which is now already half over. We hope that negotiations on these items can start as soon as the spring semester begins. Otherwise, we will continue in this cycle of retroactive bargaining that results in delays, problems, confusion, and inconvenience to all parties involved. At this point in time, we should actually be negotiating next year's contract, not this year's. The recently ratified collective bargaining agreement resulted in lowering the pay rate for committee attendance from the lab rate to the support rate, and will likely have a negative impact on adjunct participation and shared governance. We will have to wait and see, but I predict that adjunct participation in committee work will decline significantly. I have already heard from adjuncts who are no longer interested in committee participation due to the lower pay rate. And now the semester is over, the holidays are right around the corner, and we wish everyone a pleasant winter break with your family and friends, and a very happy new year.
Thank you. And could you also take a snowflake, please?
Now, just to be clear, you're not calling me a snowflake, right?
No, I'm not. No, no.
Thank you.
Take a snowflake, I'd appreciate it. At this time, we only have a few minutes left. Is someone here from the academic faculty to speak? Okay, Kim. I'll read fast. Okay, because well, let me make one more thing. If it's all right with the board, I'd also like to get through the public comments. Yes, but I'd like to finish up with the Faculty Association, the Academic Senate, so they also don't have to come back. So if there's no objection from the board, we'll finish those 3 reports before we retire or recess. I'm not retiring.
I do.
Oh, that's good. She's ready to run.
I hope the end of the year is going well for all, and I wanted to thank the board for the regular opportunity to share with you some of the great work happening on campus. I would like to give a shout out for the great success again of Family Night. Dean Oscar Espinoza-Parra and his staff worked tirelessly to bring over 1,000 people to campus to introduce them to how COD can meet their educational goals. I noted at least 50 faculty sharing their programs with the community, children studying rocks with Professor Edith Rojas Salazar, zombie makeup being applied by faculty from the Theater Arts Department, a rather sizable saber-toothed tiger skeleton adorned for the season in his Santa cap with biology professors Alexa Zawa and Robert Rostek, books being handed out to avid readers by the English department faculty, and lots of chocolate prizes being awarded under the watchful eye of Dr. Mark Skovic. He promises he didn't take any. This event displays the best of what COD has to offer, and I believe we should always work to make COD this reality for our community. Some updates. This is from Faculty Development and Donna Green. She says, faculty development has had a busy fall semester. We had Mark Reardon come to campus for a second full-day workshop for those who were unable to attend the one at Flex. Faculty who attended loved his energy and way of connecting effective teaching practices with brain development research. We are busy working on the Spring Flex, and that schedule will be available next week. The Vision Resource Center is now live, and all employees at COD can log in and participate in trainings to earn professional development hours and or Flex credits. Finally, we wanted to extend thanks to Dr. Neary, who found resources to send 18 faculty to the OnCourse conference, which will be held in Palm Springs this May. I've also included the VRC address for people who are interested. From curriculum, 290 courses, 77 programs. They reviewed 164 non-credit courses, 163 new courses, and 125 course modifications. Educational practices, policies and practices, Oceana Collins. Ed Policies has continued to work on addressing the challenges presented by AB 705. While the research on how our students do well will not be ready until January, the committee has been proactive in looking at ways to support students and better serve them. This work led to robust discussions at last week's Senate meeting, and while a proposed resolution addressing best practices did not pass, this work and discussion will lead, I believe, to a better idea of best practices in supporting students who may still not be ready for college-level work. Outcomes and assessment from Ed Reed. Outcomes and assessment and our 3 SLO coordinators have been working tirelessly to help faculty reach our goal of having 100% of courses assessed in order to meet our compliance requirement from ACCJC. The SLO coordinators have again met with over 100 faculty this semester, and still counting as of this writing, offered 10 workshops at Palm Desert and Indio, and provided 11 departmental specific trainings. Educational Technologies and Distance Education with Pam Stegeman. EdTech is exploring a laptop lending program for students as a tangible way to close equity gaps. As even the lowest level jobs require basic computer literacy, we owe it to our students to help them access the technology resources they need to reach their educational and employment goals. Look for a proposal in the spring, and we look forward to discussing ways we can help students access technology across the valley. Adjunct updates from Martel Garcia. The Senate is working on updating its bylaws, and one of the changes we hope faculty will approve is for greater representation by adjunct faculty. With over 430 part-time faculty, it will only benefit the college for this group to have a stronger voice on campus. Adjunct faculty have been working to ensure their students know about the college's student resource guide, and in the spring they also plan to organize small groups of faculty who will meet to examine culturally responsive teaching practices to better meet the needs of our diverse student population. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a happy holiday season.
Thank you.
Take a snowflake.
And if you could also take a snowflake. And then moving down, Academic Senate.
That was me.
Oh, that was you. Oh, then I missed College of the Desert Faculty Association. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity and for extending your session this afternoon now. And I missed the Noche de Familia, but I was proctoring an exam at that time. But I could hear Carol in the next room. She sounded very animated and inspirational. Okay, so greetings. And part of today's board packet includes the so-called sunshining of the contract language. The current 3-year collective bargaining agreement will remain in force and in effect until June 30th. When a contract expires and a new one is not yet in place, the previous contract remains in effect until the new contract is ratified by membership. However, it is clear intention of both parties that we have a new agreement ready when the old one expires. And I hope we can reach that. COD Faculty Association negotiators Scott Ventura, Oceana Collins, Vicki Curry, and Dr. Veronica Doubt are directed by the Executive Board during the negotiations process, and members are given a progress update at the end of each bargaining session until the bargaining is complete. According to the Rhoda Act, the results of the negotiating process will determine the salaries and benefits, hours of service, and most aspects of faculty working conditions, as well as attempting to solve problems and address new issues that have arisen during the period of the contract. This is especially significant when the legislature and governor have passed new laws. A district can implement these laws only after any impact has been bargained. The Sunshine Clause of the Rhoda Act requires that each party's proposal be presented to the public comment at a publicized school board meeting, such as this one. Any new subjects raised later must be made public within 24 hours, and the school board must explain the financial impact of any proposed settlement before adopting the final contract, as we all well know. Okay, so under the heading of enrollments and quality of education, at the last College Planning Council meeting, there was a discussion of enrollment patterns at various community colleges in Southern California where there was some, it seems, justified crowing about our enrollment that is defying gravity by growing when many other colleges are losing enrollment. I don't know if you've got the printout of my
No, not
paper.
yet.
No?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
It might be coming, though.
Sometimes I bring extra
That's
copies and then you've already got them, and this time the opposite. Okay. I sent it out
Oh, it is, okay.
just yesterday. So, okay, great. There's a little table there showing some of that. I just got that from the Data Mart.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
It's in the,
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
Okay, great. I stress that there is no magic at work here outside the magic that our faculty create in the classroom. And our reputation as a high-quality institution of higher education is down to hardworking, creative, dedicated educators, and this is something an attractive salary schedule is needed to build. The high quality of our faculty is especially evident in the leadership of the Faculty Association Executive Board and Faculty Senate, with Oceana Collins in particular shining as both Vice President Secretary of the Association and Chair of the Educational Policies and Practices Committee. Our CTE faculty, such as Scott Ventura, who are showing tremendous creativity in meeting the challenges of the strong workforce program. John Learned, Chair of the Curriculum Development Committee, whose amazing achievements were outlined in Kim Dozier's Senate report. Did you note how many courses we processed through that committee? It was amazing. All the counselors, math and communications faculty, faculty who have grappled with the dictates of AB 705 are acting in heroic fashion. And if I may say at this stage, you know, basic skills, reading, writing, arithmetic, these are not barriers to higher education. These are enablers of higher education. And it's been very difficult for our math faculty. I sit on the trenches there, and to shoehorn these requirements into our curriculum. Well, heroic efforts on all our faculty, in particular Melissa Flora, who has been spending countless hours creating means of doing this. And she does that without reassigned time. Okay, so our amazing librarians are shouldering the Herculean task of moving the collection of all attendant services to the HILB, and all the unsung heroes who carefully craft curriculum and spend hours of overtime carefully reviewing student work and providing constructive feedback. Our science faculty, such as Daniel Mayo, Alexa Sawa, Ahmed El Shafi, have developed engaging activities for science students over the winter term. Well, I will conclude there since you're all hungry and ready to go. But I did attend the 12th night, and that's a festival for the end of the winter holidays, and I wish you a very happy time during that season.
Thank you. I'm sorry that you felt rushed. At this time, we'll go to public comments. This is persons who wish to speak to the board on any item may do so at this time. Was there a problem? No? Okay. There is a time limit of 3 minutes per person and 15 minutes per topic unless further time is granted by the board. Your comments will be timed and you will be asked to stop speaking when the timer sounds. Please understand the board welcomes your comments but are not able to respond. We have Felice Nunez. Was there someone else that commented when I was reading that? Was there something? No.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the Board of Trustees for supporting ocean water import, especially Board Member Wilson. Right now, this is a report. We've been going around to the city councils asking for support for the Imperial County Declaration of Emergency because of the Salton Sea toxicity. This declaration is asking for an epidemiological study that's health-related on the people that have been getting very sick. It's also pushing for a soil analysis, and it's also pushing for the New River to be improved by getting sewage plants more updated so that they can meet the demand of the growing population, because there's a lot of raw sewage going into the Salton Sea. Also, they are looking at the air quality that's very toxic, and as we know, one of the best ways to attack the air quality that's very toxic is to bring in ocean water import. All of the city councils, as you may know, in Coachella have supported ocean water to be imported, except for Coachella. It's still, we're still waiting. The Torres Martinez have also supported us, and the Border Patrol. Because of the cancer cluster in the Border Patrol, they're getting very sick. So we've been to the Salton Sea Authority meetings, and overall, it's been very difficult for them to get land permits. It's been very difficult for them to get started on their projects. What they have been doing is immediate measures like plowing the land. And what we're emphasizing is that there's a great need to start immediate engineered plans for ocean water import to be started. Because if they wait until after 10 years, we've already are accelerating in health problems. So that we do need to start the immediate engineer plans for ocean water import to begin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Oh, please take a snowflake. And Jeff, I think I forgot to remind you to take a snowflake. Is that? Well, you'll hear,
Oh, my
if you listen to
goodness.
my report at the very end of my report, I'll explain. Or I'll- yes. Of the, yes. The last speaker's comment. Okay. And I don't think I missed any of the reports that, I did miss all of our reports, but we'll be back after the lunch break. So is there anyone else in the public or from our internal community that I missed? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, thank you. At this time, we will recess to a closed session where we will also embark on eating.
Ladies and gentlemen, the board has requested an additional half hour to their closed session. They will return at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the board has requested an additional 15 minutes. They will return at 2:15 p.m. Thank you.
on March 19th, 2019. And just to give you a little bit of information about my dissertation, I conducted a qualitative transcendental phenomenological study where I described the experiences of students who use mindfulness meditation with the help of mindfulness meditation to help alleviate public speaking anxiety. And I see that students come to my public speaking class with a great deal of anxiety and nervousness with public speaking. And so by engaging mindfulness meditation, students were able to not only find confidence, but also find stillness and calmness before giving a speech. And so I was able to not only earn this doctorate degree, but it was a dream, an academic dream that I had, and I was able to meet that. And I wanted to thank Julia for providing the board with my PowerPoint presentation as well as my brochure for my defense. And I'll be more than happy to send my 155-page dissertation to anybody who would like to read that. I'm more than happy to send that to you. And so, like I said, I think the timing right now is perfect for me to earn my doctoral degree because I'm able to not only inspire my students that they could reach higher heights with their professional and personal career, that also my colleagues as well. I hope to inspire my colleagues who are currently in a doctoral program or who might be contemplating earning a doctorate degree in the future. And that to me is so intrinsically satisfying and rewarding to be able to help others reach higher heights in their academic careers. And that to me means so much. And so this sabbatical has given me the time to truly reflect on where I came, all the trials and tribulations, to help me to be where I'm at today, living the dream, right? I'm so happy and so fortunate to be part of this amazing institution where we really are changing lives, but also where I want to go in the future. Where do I want to go with my dissertation and with my degree? And I know commencement is really just the beginning of something bigger and better in my life. And so this sabbatical gave me an opportunity to reflect on that and what's important and what drives me, not only professionally, but also spiritually as well. So with my degree, I want to be a champion of social justice and equity, help students fight and help students succeed, whatever that may be to them, and really carve out my own leadership here at COD and what type of leadership I want to leave behind as a professor here at College of the Desert. This dissertation and this sabbatical really has a greater purpose and meaning to me because this sabbatical gave me the opportunity to spend quality time with my father. Unfortunately and sadly, my father passed away on May 30th, 2019 at 1:30 in the morning, Marcos Daniel Hassan, with my mom and myself by his side. And having those memories, I hold near and dear to my heart, and I will hold that forever. And I can't thank the board and the sabbatical subcommittee enough for this opportunity to be with him and with my family. I was the point of contact, all medical things related. I was the point of contact for my family, so picking up the phone call all times of the day, making important decisions on behalf of my father. You know, this sabbatical really helped me do that, and I can't thank you enough. So just in conclusion, I wanted to thank the board and the sabbatical subcommittee for this opportunity to be on sabbatical for the 18-19 academic school year. And I truly look forward with great reverence, with appreciation and optimism for the future and being part of this institution. And with that said, I would like to yield the floor if anybody has any questions. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions? This sounds really great. I'm looking forward to reviewing the PowerPoint, and then of course I will expect you to send it to me online, because that is how
I'd be more than happy to.
Not a hard copy. And I'm glad your father was alive when you were able to complete your doctorate. because I know that meant a lot to him.
It really did. And I know he's looking down upon me, and he's very, very proud of me. He passed away a week after our commencement ceremonies. So,
That
so
was
I know
real
that, yes, yes. But I must say, it was great to be able to not only accomplish my academic dreams of earning this doctorate degree, but at the same time being there for my family, which I don't think I could have done if I wasn't on sabbatical.
Yeah,
So
would've
with
been-
that, I'm truly grateful and thankful, and I can't express that enough in words.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Thank you so much for
Thank you very
coming and
much.
sharing, and we're sorry we had to make you wait
Oh, it's okay.
hours and hours and hours and hours.
I'd just like to say congratulations, Doctor.
Yes,
Yeah.
doctor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And happy holidays.
Oh, and while you're there, will you take a snowflake, please?
Oh,
It's not because you're a flake, it's because I have something I'm gonna say with my report.
There we go.
So, please take your snowflake.
There we go.
Madam Chair, I do have one question, though.
I see on, under your professional experience, you have parade performer for Disneyland Resort. I have never seen that on a resume before, and I'm curious as to what it is that you did.
Of course, Trustee Wilson. You know, I can't ruin the magic, but I was Prince Eric from The Little Mermaid. I've done Captain Hook from Peter Pan, King Lion, and other roles as well. And it was a great college job, and it really gave me true leadership skills that really helped me today. And when I was an undergrad and a graduate student, I was in shows such as Fantasmic, Electrical Parade, Eureka. I did the Christmas Parade. And when I was finishing my master's degree, I was hired as a guest training specialist. So I was helping the cast members fill out the surveys and how we fill out the surveys when guests come in the park, when they leave the park, different ad hoc surveys for like Christmas Parade and things like that. And my goal was to be a trainer, a corporate trainer for the Disneyland Resort. And unfortunately, that didn't work out, but something bigger and better came into my life, which was the opportunity to be part of this amazing institution. So being a parade performer was amazing. Performing in front of thousands of people on any given night, it was such a thrill and an honor, you know, to be Goofy and Prince Eric and these different characters. Yes, I was Goofy, not literally, but it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and I loved every single second of it, and it helped me to be where I'm at today. So I'm very happy and very proud to be a Disney cast member.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prince Eric.
And you know what? We believe in magic here at the college.
Oh, well, I'll be happy to submit those pictures too if you would like to see me as Prince Eric. Thank you so much. Happy holidays, Board of Trustees.
And if he doesn't, I know his mom.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I would also like to ask the board's indulgence, if there's no objections, to having our study session on the HILB and Building C by John White, Executive Director to the Bond and Facilities Planning Project. Is there any objection?
No.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Trustees, Dr. Kinnaman, Vice Presidents. I'm happy to be back. Thank you for this opportunity to provide you with an update regarding the HILB and Building C. I'm pleased to be here today, and I have exciting news. Renovation of the HILB and its companion project, Building C, began in June 1918, funded using construction bonds. Major elements of construction included structural reinforcement, improved mechanical and electrical systems, improved circulation, wayfinding, lighting, and additional usable square footage on the second level. The project provides new interior finishes, furniture, and increased natural lighting. The exterior elements include contextual new hardscaping and drought-tolerant landscaping. The exterior materials and fins that are used for shading reinforce the modernist architectural elements that are consistent among our original buildings, which are mid-century design. The modern building systems and additional usable space increase building life and usefulness to accommodate our instructional and academic programs, such as the library and TASK, the Tutorial Academic Skills Center. Stacks and public-oriented space is provided on the ground floor. The second floor provides study rooms, instructional space, and offices. The renovated basement includes cheerful space for students to study and for informal instruction. Building C provides renovated space to accommodate the Board of Trustee meetings and provides space for administrative offices. A modern AV system is installed for the new boardroom. The two buildings on the outside are characterized by flat planes of concrete, clean lines, and very little ornamentation, and a monochromatic theme. There are pops of color on the interior, all of this consistent with design of the mid-century era. The total project cost is $34.5 million. The building is designed to LEED Silver standards. LEED Silver level buildings typically perform 15% better than the base level LEED certified, evaluated against criteria associated with water efficiency, energy and atmosphere, materials, resources, and indoor air quality. The district is starting to assume responsibility for maintaining and operating these facilities. These are recent photos of our administrators and staff conducting an informal walkthrough of the Hill in preparation for the move. The photos are almost identical to the original renderings and sketches, and we believe you will be pleased with the outcome of the Central Campus redevelopment projects. The project is substantially complete this month, and move-in occurs between now and the end of January, at which time the building will open. The State of the College address will coincide with the Hill building opening. These photos here give you a preview of the restored Central Campus Quad and Fountain of Life currently in construction and part of the procession from our Monterey entrance to the newly renovated Hill. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. At this time, I'll turn it back to Dr. Kinnaman for any final comments or thoughts.
The board may have some questions.
Anybody have any questions? Only that Marge Dodge is going to be delighted, and the Hills will also be delighted. Yeah.
And there at State of the College, will be in this venue. The only thing that we'll still be working on is the fountain, but we'll have the Hill available for touring, and we anticipate having the Hills here to participate as well.
So where the library is now, what will happen with that?
We are still evaluating that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. When will the Fountain of Youth be finished?
Spring.
That's not.
Fountain of, yeah. I like the Fountain of Youth idea, though. That was great.
I'm thinking of Disney, I'm sorry.
We're all thinking of ourselves. Spring.
It'll be spring. Trust me, I tried to put a rush order in, but I learned that fountains, because of the way that the concrete has to season, that there's not really a way to rush it and to be ready in time, so I was disappointed. But that means we get to have 2 parties.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. We're party animals, huh?
Fountain of
Any
youth.
other questions? I know it'll be beautiful, and I can't wait to be the first one in there. I can't wait to get in there and see it.
I have a question for you. I heard that you had like a happy space. What about for our faculty as well and our students having like a Zen in mind on that light of having a Zen area, a green space where if anybody wants to just, a lot of our students, they come from afar and they have to stay all day until their next ride happens at 5 o'clock. Having an area, will there be an area that a quiet space? I think a lot of institutions are creating, a lot of companies, organizations are in that realm, you know, because sometimes you need that quiet. Faculty, students, our whole staff kind of need that sometimes. Are we going to be building anything in that area?
Yes, it's
Thank you.
constructed. In fact, I don't know if you'll have a chance, but we've started taking down the fencing. So on the north side of the building that faces the Pollock Theater, you can actually access and walk up. You'll see the brand new hardscaping with the benches and the gardens and the new trees. It is beautiful. And that's on the northern side of the facility.
Okay.
And in fact, all the way, around the library, but that's what caught my eye because it's accessible, but I'd encourage you to look at it. It's spectacular. I sat down there myself, and from that vantage point, you can also look towards what will be the new fountain in the plaza. The palm trees are in, and it's lovely.
So in terms of your question, in terms of the quiet space,
Yes.
so that it was designed and built with that in mind. There's about 15 or so quiet spaces or study rooms, as you recall in your college experience. And on the first floor, the lower level, there's 3, and some of those spaces will be designated as the quiet space for students and faculty. And then on the second floor, there's about 12 to 13 of those spaces. And the lower level actually has different social spaces and spaces where students can study, along with the reading carols.
We took the prime spaces on the second level and created those rooms that are available.
Okay. And that is available for just students or faculty and staff, or so it's going to be for our college family?
The whole college family.
Okay, thank you so much. And just another quick question on that Zen point. Are we going to have plants? Are they going to be a lot of the new architects are doing indoor planting, and are we going to be, I know that's so technical, but just wanted to ask if we can have that type also. It would be nice to have.
Well, that's a great point. That's a great question. I'm interested myself. I'll see what I can find
That's
out.
new architect.
Thank you.
They're doing that.
Any other questions? Okay, I guess you're done. You get to pick a snowflake. People are getting tired of hearing me say that. We touch it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, at this time, we'll resume our normal agenda. So we'll go back to governing board. Student trustee, it's time for your report, if you'd like.
I do not have a big report today, but I do want to say that I am proud of our associated students of College of the Desert because they are actively creating events to promote student involvement. And I'm excited to see that unfold in the spring semester, and I'm also excited for the spring semester because it will be my last semester here at COD. And I'll be graduating in May. Fingers crossed, but
I did.
that's my report.
Okay, congratulations. Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief as well. I want to echo the same comments as Student Trustee Garcia towards ASCOD. And I also want to mention that I had the opportunity to attend a family night briefly. Thank you to Dean Espinosa and to all the parties and faculty that were involved. You guys did a great job. There was a great turnout, and it wasn't raining, so that was nice. And I hope everyone has a happy holidays, and I'll see you all in the new year.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I know he's not here today, but I do want to congratulate Trustee Yant as the new board chair. And also like to thank you, Trustee Stefan, for your service as our board chair this year. You've done an outstanding job. Thank you. I attended the Community Forum on Addiction and Recovery on November 16th at our Pollock Theater. This was after, kind of after our board meeting that we had on the 13th. But I really want to thank Linda Emerson and Chris Jones-Cage for their work in organizing the event. It was really well attended. The theater was full. The program speakers were excellent. They talked on a variety of topics in just a short period of time, a lot of great Q&A. And I think the topic of addiction recovery is very timely. And I applaud these folks for putting it together. So thank you so much. I attended the annual CCLC annual conference in Riverside. This is the California Community College League of California, sorry. Annual conference in Riverside. And I have to say that really enjoyed attending the conference, attended several worthwhile sessions, including topics such as CalWorks 360, leading with civility, the Brown Act, applying rules to real life situations, the growing adult student enrollment with next generation targeting and marketing, about the library services platform, providing equity access across the system, and are we fully utilizing marketing and communication capabilities? So thank you so much for the opportunity to attend that. December 11th was a pretty busy day. Had the nursing pinning ceremony that day. Want to congratulate Carol Scobie and the nursing faculty for all their hard work in producing 27 graduates that will go out fully trained to serve in our communities. And so they're all excited. And also want to do a shout out to the foundation who provided stethoscopes to those nurses prior to the ceremony. So thank you so much to the foundation. That same day, the Public Safety Academy held their graduation. It was well attended, and hearty congratulations to the new graduates. And then that night was family night, taking place at the gym. And Oscar, I see Oscar in the audience. Thank you so much. I know you put a lot of hard work into this, so thank you so much, and all the others that were involved in making that such a fantastic night. Good work. I've also noticed the addition of Living in Retirement course in Palm Springs. Thank you so much, Pam. So I appreciate that. So I'm really glad to see that group branch out. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the COD Foundation. You know, I've served on as the Board of Trustees appointed liaison for the last 2 years. This has been a challenging year for this group, the loss of their executive director. But I do believe the foundation board has found a renewed strength, and it's coming from the executive director led by Bill Chunowitz and Marge Dodge, as well as President Kinnaman. I know this year will be exciting to hire a new ED and start fresh. I also want to recognize the foundation staff. Those are really hardworking folks over there. And so many thanks to them for all the work that they do. We're also working hard to fill the empty job slots that are still badly needed. And I also want to thank President Kinnaman for the many hours he and others such as Pam Hunter spent with the foundation and their board. And now we do have a new interim executive director, Christine Anderson, who's doing an outstanding job holding down the proverbial fort until we engage a new ED. Also want to recognize Julia, Casey, Michael, Carlos for all of your hard work with us this past year. I know we're not the easiest bunch to work with. Well, at least I'm speaking for myself. Okay. But many thanks for all the work that you do to ease our pain. I know it's not easy being a trustee. It's been a long year full of ups and downs. But thank you so much for all of your help. So that concludes my report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee. Awesome. Trustee Sanchez-Fulton.
So first of all, want to wish everyone a happy holiday for the season. And I want to thank you, Bonnie, for your being chair for the board. It's not easy being the chair for our board. I also want to thank Aurora Wilson for serving on the foundation. It wasn't easy this year, So I just want to verbally commend her leadership and being our liaison and our voice on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the foundation. It's been a very, very interesting 2 years. So I want to thank you again for pushing and leading us and having our voice there. So, at this time, I want to mention just a few things. On December 3rd, I want to really, our arts program, I can't go without our board meeting without mentioning our awesome Mark's opening that I attended on December 3rd. I think art is everything. I think it's so important that that we do have that, and we have our music programs. And I want to commend also our ensembles that performed in December. Our arts and our music is so important. So just want to commend our faculty and our staff for putting on the ensemble pieces in December and the art opening. On the 4th, attended a very important city council meeting, the swearing in of two new city council members. I was able to attend and congratulate Rob Moon on his tenure as the last mayor of Palm Springs, but also commend Jeff Kors, who is now the mayor of the Palm Springs City Council, and the swearing-in ceremony of two people that have just got elected, so was able to be there, and also was there to present Noche de Familia to the Palm Springs City Council constituency group. So it was wonderful to talk about that as well at the council meeting. On December 5th, attended an event at UDW. These are union domestic workers who serve each and every day as caregivers throughout the Coachella Valley for our seniors and our disabled populations of the Coachella Valley, and invited them to Noche de Familia. And I was able to, so what I did for the month was go out and do outreach in my constituency group and talk about our wonderful program of Family Night that so many of us and so many of you put together in every department, and make it possible to give that opportunity. I mean, to see, I was able, we were talking with President Kinnaman, and I hope you do mention that story about the child and the father. I hope you do mention that, because it was very touching to see what we're doing and influencing our families of the Coachella Valley. So I hope he does mention that in his report. Not to put you on the spot, but it's wonderful to hear these stories. And I want to commend the counselors of all the high schools. I got to sit with a lot of the teachers and counselors, and they were excited, and they just, they were saying, wow, this is great that you guys were doing this for the Coachella Valley. So it's wonderful as a teacher to hear that from other teachers. Attended the Desert Hot Springs on December 9th Women's Club annual scholarship, black and white scholarship dinner. And also, along with my fellow trustees, attended the CVEP. It was really interesting. I want to give kudos to Joe Wallace on mentioning the College of the Desert always, and putting us as part of a premier institution and how we're doing 5G telecommunication. I mean, it was wonderful that we get a shout out, and other organizations do know what we're doing. So I really want to thank the CVEP team and trying to promote the College of the Desert. On December 10th, attended the Palm Springs Chamber Holiday Mixer. It was very good to go and meet with all the different business owners. I think it's and the businesses really want to get involved with the college. So I think we're doing all a good job. I don't have to, before I would go to these events, and it was just like, we're doing so many phenomenal things. Now everyone knows us. So it's kind of nice to go to events. And I was like, oh, you're from the College of the Desert. So all of us are doing such a great job. Man, and then something that is dear to my heart, got to go to see Congressman Takano. He's now the chairman of the Veterans Committee of the House of Representatives. So we serve a lot of the veterans here at the College of the Desert. So we were discussing some areas where we would like to see expand for our veterans out here at the community colleges. So we have a great program, and we were talking about some more resources, maybe to have a panel of the different organizations of, Loma Linda. And so went to that event for Congressman Takano. He gave us an update of the Veterans Committee for that he serves as chair, so that was wonderful. On December, along with my other trustees, we attended our California League of Community College in Riverside. It was very, very good, but prior to that, I attended, as your state trustee, we did a joint meeting with the California League and the CEOs. What does that mean? All the presidents of all the community colleges had a joint meeting with all the trustees. So there were just several highlights. I gave my fellow board members a report. We talked about some resolutions. We did a federal update, a legislative update, and a budget implementation. Just to highlight that, we mentioned there's 15 pilot baccalaureate programs and a sunset provision that is going throughout the community colleges. So we got an update on that, and now there's going to be a California Association of Bachelor's Association throughout the whole state. Also, a resolution was passed from the California League and CEO's board in its Proposition 13. And what that is a facilities bond for public preschools, K through 12s, and colleges, Health and Safety Facilities Bond Act. So that is a resolution that we passed on the state level. We also, something on a federal update that is going to impact us here in California, and especially our College of the Desert, is that the majority parties in both houses have released proposals in the reauthorization of the Higher Education Act. With significant differences between the two proposals, areas of agreement include FAFSA, simplification. A lot of times it's very difficult to navigate the financial aid process. So the federal government are making rounds to make it simplify the whole application process. So making students into short-term programs eligible for Pell Grants, making incarcerated students eligible for Pell Grants, and making the $255 million for minority-serving institution and historical Black colleges. So that was something that they discussed on the federal update. And just really quickly, our California legislative update, and I'm sure we'll have someone update us that further, just bills of interest was AB 612 and AB 30, which would have been signed by Governor Newsom. So the league will focus, which is implementation of these bills and coordinating statewide MOUs on college level interest and working on partnership with DocuSign and electronical dual enrollment. And bills of interest which affect us at the college are AB 2, AB 218, AB 540, AB 943, AB 1645. And now on the whole budget, we got an update on the budget of the California budget, and basically the 2019 Budget Act provided $255 million to cover the enrollment growth and provide a 3.26% COLA for apportionment. Using most recent estimates, the governor and the legislator would need to appropriate an additional $103 million for the 2018-2019 to fully fund all our districts at the college. So it was pretty fascinating meeting, and I highlighted that and I gave that to my fellow board so we know what's going on that state level. So hopefully we will get more, we'll dive into it in our next meeting. So that ends my report, and happy holidays for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have someone take that box and start passing it around this way so that everybody up at this end could get their snowflake, and then if we have leftovers, those people that don't have a snowflake in the audience, because it is part of my report, the snowflake thing. I know you all just thought I was flaky today, but that's okay. This last month, there were a lot of things that happened. As you heard my fellow trustees report about the Triple CT meeting that we had in Riverside, the training, and it was excellent. I attended one session that was on the Dreamer students and all of the perils that they have to undergo. And there was a game that they made us play, and we became one of the Dreamer students. And we had to keep pulling out the next card, and it told us what happened to us next. And I think it took me 6 years to get through my 2 years at the community college. Because all the things that happened, you know, you'd go up the ladder, and then you come down the chute, and it was just really frustrating, and I can see what they go through. And it was a real eye-opener, and there were a lot of things that need to be changed and upgraded on how we treat our students. Did you get yours yet? Okay. I'm going to forego it for right now. Okay. Just pass that on down. And then another one that I went to was on our veterans. And, you know, I always thought that you got kind of work experience when you had been a veteran. Well, I found out that our chancellor, I think he got like 1 unit of PE credit was all they gave him for his years of service in the service. And for someone that had been, I think he was on atomic submarine, they said. So, I mean, that was like, you know, he only got 2 credits at his community college when he went to college afterward. That doesn't sound like that's respectful at all. I know there's a lot involved in a lot of those schools that we send people to. So they were looking into getting, at least in the state of California, standardizing, giving them credit for what they had studied when they were in the military so that they could get the electrician credits and other credits like that. And they're going to be coming out with more on that, so it will be standardized. And then hopefully it will go throughout the United States. So that our veterans, that we do respect what they've done in the service, and we give them credit for that. And one session I went to, and everybody was like, I thought you were conservative. What are you doing here? Because it was on hemp growing. Doesn't that sound great? Everybody knows what hemp is, right? But they were growing hemp to grow hemp and to field test it. And this is done in one of our neighboring community colleges over in the Imperial Valley. And they told all the perils and all the restrictions and how strict they have to be. And there's a lot of work that goes into that. You just don't go out and grow your own hemp. Notice how conservative I am. I'm saying hemp all the time. Okay. Now, but that was also extremely educational. And to learn, you know, it was an agricultural experience. It was not actually, well, I guess it was money making. And they were using it to their best interest because of the fact that the individuals that they signed on, the farmers that they signed on with, had to give money to the college, so they were able to get some tiny houses for their homeless. And so they were able to kill another bird with some stones, and with one stone. And then also they were able to get work experience for some of their students. And it was really pretty good paying jobs, you know, internships with some of the farmers. And it wasn't just as a person working in the field. I mean, we were talking about, you know, managing things. So those were some really pluses to that. I did attend a few events here at the college. I attended the nurses pinning, the Public Safety Academy graduation, family night, which was, I want to thank everybody that was working so hard that day, because some of those people, I know that event didn't start, I was told 5:30. I know that people were already in sessions a few minutes after 5 when I got back here to the college, because I did go and get something to eat. But there were people sitting out there in the cold till 9:30, because I stopped and I went to the Public Safety Academy and I came back. And they were still sitting out in the cold registering people. And that was our college personnel. And I really want to thank those individuals. That was so wonderful. Then I went to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department's College of the Desert's Basic Correctional Deputy Academy training for our correctional officers. And I'll tell you, that sounded like the most rigorous thing I've ever heard of in a long time. And I don't know how those guys did it in 10 months, but they ought to be commended. And I mean, it was phenomenal. Then the next night, I attended William Shakespeare's 12th night here, or what you will, and I laughed, and that was the most fun I had in 2 weeks. But it was really well done. Our students, they astound me always when I attend those things. Now, I'm going to go through the little snowflake thing. Everybody has a snowflake? I got to thinking last night, we're a community college, and we put community in the front of the word the college, right? Community college. So it's a community project kind of thing. And I was thinking back to when I was a kid, my dad took us up to the mountains at Christmas time one year, and there was snow. In San Diego County, you don't get snow very often, but we had snow that year. And none of the kids knew each other. We were all different from different parts, San Diego County, Riverside County, Orange County, all over the place. And we all got together and made a snowman. And you think about it, snow is a bunch of little snowflakes, right? So everybody has a snowflake, because each snowflake is unique. There's no two snowflakes in the world that are the same. Everybody's different. Everybody got to pick out a snowflake that they kind of gravitated to. This is driving me nuts. There we go. That they kind of gravitated to. And can you imagine putting all those snowflakes together? You now have snow. Then you create something with it, and that's what we've done with our community college. And my way of thanking everybody is to remind us all how unique we are and how together we build really, really beautiful snowman. And my bag today was a snowman, Frosty. So just to let you know that I was thinking of all of you when I selected all these snowflakes. I think the people in the store thought I was crazy, but you're all unique. You're all extremely valuable. And if any of us were the same, we wouldn't be worth as much. So I thank you for your uniqueness, and I thank you for everything you've done for the college over the year and over the years. So thank you so very, very much, and have a very, very happy holidays. And that concludes my report. And at this time, I'll move on with Superintendent President Kinnaman.
So, Madam Chair, I'll be really brief, and since you opened it up, I did wear my naughty and nice socks today. So, I hope that's okay.
Mine are better.
All right.
They say I'm up to snow good, but the S and the W are, I'll stop.
So, you know, there's been a lot going on this past year, and I want to thank all the board members for, I mean, you participate in all the activities and the different events and do all the professional training, et cetera. And, you know, this is something that you just do on your time. And a lot of people don't realize that. And so I just want to thank you for everything that you've been doing. And I will go ahead and touch on, you know, you can never get the emotion from the moment when you repeat it later. But I will mention that family night that I did get in there a little bit early. And there was a young father and his son, and they were just kind of wrestling and laughing and playing. And the son was just as cute as could be. I'm like, he's so happy. And he's like, well, you know, he's going to the Child Development Center here, and it's been so good for him. And he's learning so much, and he's having such a good time, you know, being there. And then he said he was doing HVAC with PACE to improve his skill set. And he was talking about that and how good the program. He didn't know me from Adam or that I was affiliated with the college. And so then he was saying, you know, I want to improve, and then hopefully I can get a job like at Desert Regional or College of the Desert, because those are really the two places in the valley that where they're good institutions and that I'd like to ultimately work. And then I pointed over at Mark, Dr. Zakovic, and I said, well, you should go talk to that guy over there, because he is the Vice President of Human Resources. And then I let him know who I was, but it was really nice to. It reminds us how lucky we are to work in this type of setting, and it was the end of a long day, and you're tired, and you're like, all that just goes away. That concludes my report. I'm losing my voice.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you're losing your voice. One thing I did forget was I had gotten Fred, our chair, who is unfortunately very ill today, a very special snowflake because he will be the leader of our team. And it lights up because he will light us on our path for the next year. And hopefully he'll be back next time and we can move forward. So, moving on. Consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Is there a second? Any discussion? Student trustee, Kiana Garcia? Oh, stepped out for a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Action agenda 18.01. Oh, we don't have any. Nothing was pulled. 19. Action agenda Board of Trustees 19.01 Board Policy 6330 Purchasing. First reading. Do I have a motion to approve Board Policy 6330 for a first reading as presented?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Again, student trustee is still out of the room. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Action 2.01, post-sabbatical leave report. Dr. Alejandro Hassan, Associate Professor, Communication Studies.
So moved.
And I have a motion. Do I have a second to approve it?
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. I didn't want to forget that. Okay. Action 21.01, presentation of the initial proposals from the College of the Desert Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District. Do I have a motion to approve the presentation of the initial proposals from the College of the Desert Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District as presented? There's the real. Yeah, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? And all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Presentation of the initial reopener proposal from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Adjunct Association. Do I have a motion to approve the presentation of the initial reopener proposal from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Adjunct Association as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. This is the presentation of the initial proposals from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Faculty Association. Do I have a motion to approve the presentation of the initial proposals from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Faculty Association as presented?
So moved.
Is there, it's moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh.
They were sleeping. All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Okay. Tentative agreement between the Desert Community College District and the College of the Desert Adjunct Association. Do I have a motion to approve the tentative agreement between the Desert Community College District and the College of the Desert Adjunct Association as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that a question? That was the second one. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? Student trustee Kiana Garcia, your advisory vote. Thank you. On this one? Okay.
About the, it's a tuition reimbursement, correct?
No, we're on a reopener. We're on tentative agreement between Desert Community College District.
That's the same one, right?
Is it in this part? Is it in one of the reopeners?
It's tuition reimbursement tentative agreement, it says,
21.04.
and the explanation.
This is the adjunct association one, 21.4. It's one of their things.
We were in the middle of a vote. She could do it under discussion.
Well, the discussion happened before hers was an advisory vote. That's what I'm trying to accommodate. 21. 21 is this way, 21.4. Reimbursement under successful completion of COD classes. Is that what you're looking at? For 21.4? This is for our adjunct. This ratification occurs, the following parameters for college and district classes. Unit member will be in effect. So this would be the classes taken by our adjunct faculty, is that correct?
Is it 2104? Is that the one?
21.04.
That's it?
That's a tentative
Yes,
agreement,
we need
but,
the-
no, I have it right here, I'm looking at it. I'm looking for clarification.
I'm sorry.
Clarification on that? You have, it's the first bullet under A, Section 1, Article 24, for tuition reimbursement.
Do you have that over there that you can speak to, or I know?
What is the specific question?
No, I wanted to ask whether it was open to students or just faculty, and whether it was automatic or you need to request a tuition reimbursement? Is it open to
This just involves the adjunct faculty.
just adjunct
Yeah.
faculty?
Yes.
And their dependents, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Spouse and children. Spouse and
And their
children
children.
Okay,
for
that's-
adjunct faculty.
That's really clarified.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
That's good. Okay, any further discussion? Let's do back up. Okay, and student trustee, we have your advisory vote, so all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same question. Motion carried unanimously. That was 21.4, right? You are keeping track. Okay, 21.05, presentation of reopener proposals for the College of the Desert Adjunct Association to the Desert Community College District. Do I have a motion to approve the presentation of reopener proposals from the College of the Desert Adjunct Association to the Desert Community College District as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Student trustee Kiana Garcia, your advisory vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. You
Aye.
opposed? Oh, okay. Motion carried unanimously. Action, Administrative Services, 22.01, Budget Revisions. Do I have a motion to approve the budget revisions as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I'd like to know a little further information about that. Is that this is Regional Round 4? Thank you.
Okay, Vice President Vermont.
Yeah, that's just bringing in the budget for the next round of Strong Workforce. They do an annual round, and this just brings in the next round for us, and it's about $1 million.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Student trustee Kiana Garcia.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. 22.02, resolution number 121919-1, authorized signatures. Do I have a motion to approve resolution number 121919-1, authorized signatures as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Student trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Action instruction, no items. Next, 24.01, this is informational item, administrative procedure review. The following administrative procedure was brought today as an information item. The procedure went through, why do I think this is 2 pages? Oh, it went through Executive Cabinet and the College Planning Council and AP 6330 purchasing, both informational items. Future agenda items. Student trustee Garcia, do you have any future agenda items you want to share out?
No current future agenda items.
Thank you. Trustee Perez.
Not at the moment, thank you.
Trustee Wilson.
You know, we just approved some new curriculum, and a lot of it, well, not a lot of it, but several of the courses have to do with EMTs and emergency medical responders. I am so happy to see the expansion of those programs in the Public Safety Academy. So I'd like to see a kind of a updated presentation of our Public Safety Academy. And also, I'd also like to invite the McCallum Theater CEO to introduce himself to this board at an upcoming meeting and to extend that invitation. And ask that the foundation, I know that they weren't here for this meeting, but also ask the foundation to be present next month to provide a report on the important events that are happening at our foundation. And also a presentation on the status and future of our old library location. And then finally, AB 705. If we can do a presentation on that, that's the bill that was signed by the governor in October 2017. It has to do with transfer level coursework in 1 year's time in English and math. And so if we could have a presentation on that. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Yes, just would like an update on partnerships in regards to artificial intelligence, in regards to getting our students involved with digital design and internship possibilities. I don't know how we're going to word this, but just an update on where we're at on that. That's something in the future. I went to a workshop on that with Microsoft and wanted to see, just get an update of what we're doing in creating the next workforce in digital security and that such. Also, another item I'd like to get an update, as always, wanted to, the wraparound services, I always love to hear what we're doing. If I can get an update on our food pantry, you know, I know during this time, are we open? This is the question maybe I can ask is, during intercession, or are we not? Does that close?
I just confirmed we're open during intercession.
So for the public, since we're here, when will that be for those that?
Can we get those dates to the president's office? And
Okay.
then we can notify the students who are enrolled at that time as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And because some constituents did ask me about that, so wanted to get an update on that, and that would be great. Also wanted to, something that I've noticed that when a lot of the students, this was an email that I got from a student. Let's say there's a student that didn't drop a course. This is what goes on a lot of times. A student doesn't officially drop a course, yet they went to their professor and they withdrew, but then they get charged, I don't know the amount. A lot of times that goes on their record and they can't enroll for the next semester. I wanted to ask, do we have some type of emergency assistance to students when they resolve that matter? If there's just a misunderstanding, you know, a lot of times there's just a misunderstanding, maybe there was a death in the family and they had to withdraw or et cetera. I want to know, do we have anything in the meantime, so the student can take, they're not on a hold, and they can continue to take the class, because that's going to be their financial aid. Do we have anything like that?
Dr. Neary.
So we have those processes in place as governed by Title V and Ed Code. So for example, if there is an emergency in their family, we have a petition for exception to policy, and the admissions and record staff and counseling staff are really good about navigating students through that process. At times with students with financial need, we also have a payment plan that's really easy to use and really easy to activate with only a $20 or so down payment. And again, the counselors and the advisors are really aware of that opportunity as well. But that question, we can provide the President's Office more on the policies, because there's quite a bit of policies there depending on the student situation. And we do have student emergency funds as well.
So how?
That might be a good study
session would
Thank
be
you, 'cause
great
that's what
on
we're
that.
looking
Thank you
for.
so
Yes,
much.
Thank you. Okay. And I have nothing to report out at this time for future agenda items. So that brings us down to adjournment. I'd like to close today's board meeting by honoring former Palm Desert Councilwoman Jean Benson. She was a true public servant. Jean was elected to Palm Desert's first city council and helped incorporate the city. After 1974, she was re-elected 7 times to the city council and became Palm Desert's first female mayor. She went on to serve as mayor 6 times, serving more than 30 years on the city council. Jean was an advocate for high-quality development and the protection of the desert's beautiful mountain views. Passionate about parks, safety, and early childhood education, Jean fought tirelessly to enhance the quality of life for the residents of Palm Desert. She dedicated herself to numerous charities and organizations, some of which include the YMCA, Jean Benson Child Development Center, and the Roy Wilson Homeless Community Resource Center, the Coachella Valley Animal Shelter, the Foundation for Those with Developmental Disabilities of the Desert, the Jocelyn Senior Center, and the American Cancer Society. Under Jean's leadership, Palm Desert was instrumental in providing funding for the creation of the college's Public Safety Academy in 2009. Recognizing the important role public safety has in our community, the city created a $2 million endowment that is still providing benefits today. A true friend of Palm Desert and the college, Jean will be remembered for her generosity, sense of humor, honesty, and compassion. She will be truly missed. Seeing as there is no more business on our agenda, are there any objections to adjourning the meeting? If there are no objections, this meeting is adjourned at 3:37. Have a very happy holidays.